Today is March the 7th, 2025, and um, I am making this video because I want to talk about what's going on. I have 30 minutes, and I'm going to try to sum it up really, really quick. Because of my federal complaint in 2018, I feel like since that period, I have went through a an extensive retaliation operation. And in the operation, the people use devices, phones, computers, tablets. They dress like me. They say stuff that I would say. They have everybody in my family has a device so that when you call, you're calling the devices that are linked. This builds your conversation, this builds your pictures, this builds everything so that when we say it was you, the audible electronic forensic data has been produced. And they have been doing this for a while. The more I complained, the worse it got, and the worse the threats got. In 2018, it was little threats. In 2019, it was the gas came on the scene. I really didn't know, but that's when my sleeping patterns started to change. In 2020, that's when it got full on in operation. In 2021, it was a 7 out of 10. When I went to California, it was a 10 out of 10, and then it calmed down, and then it got worse when I moved into the address of 4436 Bronson Street. That's when I started to have changes that I would write in my health. As long as I was on the street, um, I didn't really note any changes. I was having issues, but they were not really bad. Um, it got bad at the 4436 Bronson Street. That's when I got threats of my chest, my legs, and that's when they had people in the house with every different illness that they were staging me with. It was the stroke victim Shelly from Apple Valley. It was Susan. It was Susan really didn't have a issue. She just had lived in um, a room for rent too long, in which somebody was taking advantage of her. So it was Autumn May. That was the main one, number one. She had the walker, the jacket, almost just like that one. She had the blue car that they gave Ketchup as a rental, the blue Toyota, and the tagline was PFE. And she had the wig, the little wavy hair. She had glasses. She had the Kaiser Permanente background. She was all of it. Cash App, food stamp card. She was all of it. And so um, the people would live around me, do medical, do Uber. She was doing the Uber rides. They was picking her up in the morning. So then I started to think, is that why that alarm go off some morning at 2:30 when I ain't said it? So she would get up around that time to go to dialysis appointments, allegedly. So um, it was, I just started to just watch what was going on and what people would say that would be consistent. And moving to up to this point where we are in 2025, it's off the Richter scale. And I think I know the plot has always been to put me in prison. It went from 10 years to 20 years to life to death row to it went, just depending on who's making the decisions and how often that change, and who's doing the setting up, because it changes um, depending on who see what and who thinks what. It changes. So it was 10 years, and then it was 20, and then it was life, and then it was death row, and then it was the nursing home, and then it was handicap, and then it was shut up, and then it started all back over again. And so I know that the law will do this to you because they did it to my sister Sharon, and I watched it coming up. I just didn't know what was going on, but I watched how she didn't have no friends and nobody around, and everybody just abandoned her at some point, emotionally and physically, and she was just out there to deal with it alone. And I know that her complaints were extreme, and I just know that it didn't start until she made a complaint and came and told us. And then right after that, she started defending herself in a way that, according to the social contract we abide by, people think you weird. Not because what you're doing is necessarily weird, but because it is not the norm. It's not the normal. It's not what people would normally do. So, anytime you're doing something, 90% of the people is in their house at night, and they're sleeping inside. And anytime you go off the normal scale, then you're not your society considers you crazy. If you go out and get your blanket and sleep in the yard and you don't have a tent over you, society says you're crazy, because 99.9% people are going to sleep in their house in the bed and not on the front lawn. And if they do go out and sleep in with the blanket or whatever in the front, in the yard, they're going to have a tent. And if they have that tent and that covering, then society says, okay, that's normal. That works out. That's good. They're camping. Yay, they're having fun. But if you take that tent covering off and just lay out in the yard with the mattress, they're gonna say they're having some kind of mental disassociation. So when it comes down to fighting with the law, that's the first thing they do, is target the mental association to produce abnormal behaviors, or behaviors that someone else may feel that we don't know why that person is acting that way. They were fine. And then all of a sudden, they started behaving this way. We don't know what happened. But could it be that what that person is saying is true? But where it comes to a point is no one investigates to see if what that person is saying is true. No one ever publicly. So if you go and you say, a police, he pulled me over and he did this to me, and after I complained on him, I started having all this stuff happen on my phone, and this they're not going to address you on this level. Let's start at level. This is how it goes from level 1 to level 10 quickly. Because at level 1, you're in shock, and you feel, as an American citizen, you feel that the law is not tolerating this. This is not allowed. So when I go to confront this behavior at a superior level, and I'm going to report this to his sergeant or to the lieutenant or to the captain or whoever, they're going to uphold me because I'm an American citizen. I'm an American citizen. This is not constitutional. There are laws and statutes against this behavior, and we do not condone it. So therefore, a law is going to say we support you on this. That's what the person is thinking, and this is where you start to. This is where they start to toggle with your logic, because you went. First things first, anybody, I don't care who you are, black, white, Indian, a police, or anybody in authority, do something to you that is immoral. You're not a snitch. You're running to authority because surely you don't know what they're doing right here. Surely you don't, because you have the perception that misconduct is not allowed, that it's addressed, that someone is watching this and is not, and surely they don't know what's going on. So I'm going to tell them so that they can get rid of this person off the force. They don't need their job, or they need to be reprimanded. So that's your first level of this. They have, and I looked online and it says you can report it. So, and they have a form. I'm going to download the form. I'm going to fill it out, and I'm going to let them know, and I'm going to use dates and times and events, and then I'm going to show what happened, and I'm going to save my screen recordings, and I'm going to do all of this, and I'm going to tell. And then you sit back and you watch the person come back. They didn't do nothing. The person is outside. The tag number is outside. The same truck is outside. And now you're getting the same man is outside, and now he got an ambulance van with him. And now everywhere you go, you get in the ambulance, the sirens, and you see a like vehicle of his, not his. You'd see a like vehicle of his. So now you're mentally associating, because your mind is learning. This is a conditioning process. They're conditioning you. So now you see the car. So now every time you see that truck, you associating it with medical, an injury. So every time you see this, you hear the sirens, you see the ambulance. This is conditioning. This is making you think he said, tell again, and you're going to be in this ambulance, and they're going to be saying, woo, 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 getting you to the hospital. Say it one more time. Meanwhile, no one has addressed the complaint. So now this is a logical person. This is a logical event. This is a logical scenario. So now the person is saying, this is a logical. Now the person is saying, oh, I didn't tell the right person. Maybe that was his friend. You're still not saying, you're still not saying the law just don't care. You ain't saying that yet. You're saying I didn't get to the right person. So maybe he didn't get it. You're still reasoning. And that's how it got like it got. I only got 30 minutes. So I went up the ladder. I went all the way up the ladder. It ain't one organization I haven't wrote. It ain't one federal agency I have not written or I have not heard from me. So today, last night, I try to wrestle with how this sounds. I prayed before I went to bed. Lord, watch over me as I sleep. Watch over my dreams, whatever. These people play with my sleep so much. They turn the music off. You, any other time I'm gone to the store, I hear it. My TV play for 8 hours. If I'm gone for 4 hours of TV playing the whole time, I listen to the camera when I'm out. My TV's playing. But at night, I could put on the same 8 hours of scriptures to play in my sleep, and they turn them off. And they play what sounds they want to play. So that if it's in your subconscious, you'll dream about it. And then when you dream about it, we're going to say you're dreaming about the devil. But really, this is somebody really clever that says, oh, she says she has dreams from the Lord. Oh, okay. All right. This is what we're going to do. Turn the TV off. Put it on YouTube and put some gunshots up there. Pow, 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 pow. The person sleep. And they ain't regular sleep. Or else up and turn the channel. It's a little gas going on. So you're a little sedated. But you could hear a little, but you can't really hear pow, 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 pow. Then you dream about something and you like, God, what was that dream about? That was weird. I heard the gunshot. What that was. And they sit there and wait. And so this morning I woke up, I look in my notebook because what's happened on this day, if I'm retarded, if I have lost my mind, if I am crazy, as they want everyone to believe, nobody's bothering her and she is going to no one is doing anything to her. Yeah, that's why they are invisible forces that do it. That's exactly why. I totally agree. That's a wonderful plot and analogy. Say nobody's touching you, nobody's doing anything. No, but you're tearing the hell up out of that phone and you're bothering that TV. Nope, a camera won't pick that up. No, a camera won't pick up gas. No, a camera won't pick up how this device changes. No, a camera won't pick up how many times I keep going into Roku and turning on my notifications. No, a camera won't pick up every time I call my phone and it rings to a man that's in Atlanta or in Florida or in Tampa or in California or in New Mexico no, the camera's not picking up all of that. And if it does, they're just going to erase it. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. If she records the wrong evidence and we don't like it, it's just going to get erased. So the logic comes in that, okay, I went to sleep. I looked at that. I got to God last night. And The guide said, okay, if this is 3/7/25, what went on 3/7/24? What went on 3/7/23, 3/7/22, 3/7/21? There is someone acting out each one of these years of my life in their version. Why else would I get a text that say, um, you with your husband? No, I'm not with my husband. Then you go look at Facebook memory, is the day me and Ketchup went to the park out there somewhere near Marietta, somewhere out there in that area. But we went, or in Sandy Springs, out there somewhere. But we went to the park to talk. So the person yesterday texts to redo 2021. Because why else would the memory go with a conversation? So when you go to say, no, I'm not with my husband, oh my God, she is a liar. So we'll manipulate and confuse events and change the time periods and change this. And if you say one word, we will blow your head off or put you in a wheelchair. Is that not what is screaming in the atmosphere? Yes, it is. So it leaves a person to be devastated emotionally and physically because number one, you're traumatized that someone in law enforcement would even say that. So then you're really saying this is really slavery, because no one is really gonna defend you. No. And they're just gonna watch this. They do it every day. So you mean to tell me that people live with you and beside you and in other places and they just crossing it up? They just crossing it up. And God made me brilliant enough to see it. And they don't think nothing. They don't. Nobody else could figure this out. I don't care how smart you are. Nobody else would be able to figure this out. And so once I did, they turned that. We're going to keep doing it, but not doing it. We're going to do everything that she said to just now will just aggravate. And then we say they're doing that. This is why everybody across the board have the same thing. But nobody in a court of law, did you ever, this is how I trick them up. Why don't you want to see what the proof is? Nobody wants to see. The police don't want to see. The landlord don't want to see. Gwanda don't want to see. Easter don't want to see. They don't want to look at nothing, so that when they go in the court, we didn't see anything. She's crazy. She's dangerous. Then why you drive your stupid ass up there to see somebody dangerous for 2 hours? Because you came up here to bother your sister to swap to be in the same vehicle with a card that is still here. That's what you came up here for. You came up here to aggravate. You came up here to be me. You came up here to swap. You came up here in some of the same clothes that I wore in 2018. Yes, you did. The blue dress that she had on, I had one just like it in 2018. She brought her ass up here with it on with the same shoes that I had in 2018. Yes, you did. You came up here to swap. You came up here to act like you was medically sick. You came up here to act like you was a dying diabetic and that you have bad choices and you eat poor so they can record that evidence as me. That's what she brought her tail up here to do, and she got paid for it. And the card that you use is still here. So when you go to say Easter egg card 2734, ma'am, you are a liar. That card was still in Atlanta on this such a day, and your sister wasn't nowhere around. That's the whole point of the matter. And when I tear that evidence up like that, they, all right, send the ambulance out there. Now there's the same truck, the same ambulance, and the same siren. So what does that mean to the person that's being abused? You said it. You went live. You recorded yourself. The ambulance is coming, the same truck, and the same siren. So that meant this is not acceptable behavior. So they want to condition you to be quiet. And is that not what the slave had to do? And that's what I want to convey. This is slavery. Because the form is online. It's on the federal website. It's on the Department of Justice website. It's on the sheriff website. If you feel like you have been a victim of police misconduct, share nothing. Don't open your mouth. Because if you do, the truck is coming, the ambulance is coming, and the siren. They don't want to hear it. So when you go to tell everybody, well, just come look. I just think it's weird that when I was just on the phone with my landlord, and my phone don't even hang up. It doesn't even show that it ever hung up. It doesn't show that it ever hung up. I never ended the call. Somebody ended the call for me. When I come home from Lyft or Uber, my phone just changed. Why did this just change? Because you're coming back to a place where you're not at. So when I see the Wi-Fi on, the Wi-Fi is changing your network. So when you come back in the house, you back into the hands of wherever you was. When you go out, if you ain't got you in Florida, you in Florida. When you come back, the network is putting you back in Florida. And your person is in the house with Florida phone, with a Florida connection, with the Florida Wi-Fi, with Florida commercials, with Florida content, with Florida atmosphere, with Florida bills, with Florida addresses. You can't control that. And they call me stupid. Ain't nobody stupid gonna produce a plot like that didn't occur. You could get Dr. Phil to watch this video and he gonna say that happened. You got a problem, but that happened. Cause can't nobody produce no evidence like that if it didn't occur. It occurred. And it occurred and they did it. And it's brilliant. What she's saying is brilliant. And they had to have done it. Because ain't nobody in their right mind gonna think of that if they are crazy and nuts. You can't logically produce a plot like that to avoid taxes. It's insane. So it had to have occurred because what she's saying is too brilliant. They shot my phone and swap right now. And every time they want a picture of you, somebody gonna call or you gonna get a text. And when you go to look at that little dot right there, you're looking into the eyes of a camera, into the eyes of an ATM, into the eyes of a POS, into the eyes of a car. You was in a Google ride when you sitting in your house ain't doing nothing. And because they got the ability and the authority When you go to look at that phone, you just accepted $250 out the ATM machine. I ain't accepted nothing. Yes, you did. Because when that phone was swapped and you went and they tapped in to that ATM machine with that phone, boo boo, and you got the text in the alert, and it said, "Do you want to install your software?" And you say yes. No, that was the ATM machine say, "Would you like to accept this fee?" And you tap yes. You just interacted, and that's how it go. And they not gonna tell me that it don't go like that. Yes, it do. Yes, it do. Cause I done been through it too long, and I know it's a difference in the indication that's gonna come to that phone when they tap, when they swipe, and when they insert them cards. And they ain't too funny gonna insert them cards nowhere because of the simple fact they don't want to physically be in the store holding nothing. It's easier for them to go to the store and just boo boo. Cause who knows what your phone card is using when you in the store? Who knows? If you go to Walmart and she tap with her phone and you tap with your phone, Walmart don't know what card that is until the receipt print. That's why this phone is stupid. How the hell you let somebody add cards to a phone and the phone ain't even registered in a name? It shouldn't even allow you to add such and such card to your Google Pay. Why the hell you adding his card to your Google Pay and that ain't you? And then letting you go in the store and you can shop. That is exactly what they doing. Getting a dummy phone, buying the phone, installing a genie number, and going out and shopping. And coming back and putting the same stuff in the refrigerator. Wait, I just bought wings. So did he. I just took a ride in that Uber. So did he. Otter. Keep doing it. It's aggravating. Keep doing it. Till we make her crazy. With what we did. And are we gonna still answer? No. Are we gonna do anything about it? No. Keep threatening her. Turn the gas up. That's the answer. Turn the gas up. How in the world can somebody come up with something like that and it's not true? Cause that you mean to tell me what I wrote yesterday? That's not the plot. Tell me that's not the plot, and I won't ever post no more. That was not the plot to continue to make this false evidence about me being owing the IRS taxes for businesses and money laundering and all of this stuff, and then to make use the gas to make it look like I was crazy, and then act like I was old, and then to try to make me handicapped. That was the plot. That was the plot. They're lying to say that it wasn't. Yes, it was. Why else is everybody freaking 60? Why? Why everybody 60? Why everybody work certain jobs? Everybody work the security position. Get a job in security. I don't want to be security. Why they want to keep making me wear that? I don't want to be security. That security position is hot. I don't want to do that. Great security. No. The jobs that they want you to work the most is going to be on Indeed paying the most money. And you're not even going to get the job. You're just going to apply. And once you apply, they already got the application link. We just need you to go on there, putting your face on this screen and apply. And when you apply, we're going to say, all right, got it. Backdate that time to, when did we have her there? Somebody going to say 2021. Put it in 2021. Do we have anyone to be in 2021? We had the salamander. Okay, what was her uniform? She was allied. All right, get the stubs printed, get the W-2s all made up. All right, we got that. And then we're good to go. And then you're going to start seeing the vehicle that the salamander drove to Uber. That's going to be your Uber ride. Once they get you in that car a couple of times, they're gonna pull out three. I could tell you how many times they're gonna need in each vehicle. You're gonna need 3 to 6 times in each one. That's enough for them. They don't need a lot. 3 to 6 times. 3 to 6 times in each vehicle. And that proves that that's yours. When it's not. 3 to 6 times. That's it. 3 times in a vehicle. Oh my God, you don't own that and wrecked it. The first time you get in that, you owned it. The second time you done made a few payments. The third time you done wrecked that. That's horrible, and that's the way it works. And they'll sit there and say that it's not. Yes, it is. It does work just like that. Any vehicle, that's why all the vehicles is the Toyota Corolla. Who has that? Agent Ray in Augusta, Georgia, of the Southern Regional Tactical Division over Corrupt Operations and Squads. Terry Ray has it. Terry Ray, Toyota Corolla. Every car she got, you got. She's living a life as you, and they're using it. And artificial intelligence make a narrative that's not true. And when you sitting there, the more you look at it and say, "Oh my God, what they want," say, "I can't believe this. I can't fathom it." The more they say, "We're doing a great job. Good job, guys. High five. We got that coon." They love it. And you sit back and say, has to be somebody else I didn't report this to. No, no, no. So I'm over my time, about 8 minutes. And looking at that time, I just thought of a card, 818. They just put cards out and people do stuff around you and you see it and they won't say nothing. They don't say nothing to you. And you just sit there and you see it and they get excited about what they did that's wrong. And then when you say something to them, they put out the truck, they put out the sirens, and they put out the ambulance. And they put out the wheelchair to let you know that we will do this to you and you can't do nothing about it because they're white. That is fucking slavery. That is slavery to put somebody in that bondage and say, if you don't like what we doing, move. When really it's not even about you moving. It's just about we need to get the next phase. It's not about we really want you to move. It's not about we need to get to the next phase. We got a freaking operation to do. We got a plot. We want to make you look like you bad shit crazy. When really what we doing is we're aggravating. We're aggravating you because you told on us and we just want to aggravate. And we can because we have the money, we have the power, we have the authority, and we just want to aggravate. And we will do whatever we can and whatever we want to do because we can. And including, and I'm going to stop crying because they will use this. I'm telling you right now, I already see it. She's bipolar schizophrenic. Yesterday she was very happy. Today she's on live crying. Yeah, because y'all get on my goddamn motherfucking nerves. That's why. Now, Lord, forgive me for cursing. And let me read. Let me get my composure together. They bother my sleep. They bother my sleep. They turn my preaching off. And they gas me. And they do it because they threaten me every day, every single day. It's not one day that I don't leave this house that they don't threaten to put me in a wheelchair. It's not one day that they do not threaten to kill me, put me in prison for the rest of my life, or put me in a wheelchair. It's not one day of my life that I go without them doing something to me. Every single day of my life. Every single day of my life. Every single day of my life. I get up and I have to say, what are you going to eat? You need water. What are you going to, are you going to take a shower? Um, are you going to be able to catch a Lyft or Uber today? This is all of the things they do to cause phobias. It's the phobia of going to get in the shower. That's an awful lot of steam. That's an awful lot of steam in that shower. No one else really takes a shower. Pay attention. It's an awful lot of steam to go to waste. It's a perfect opportunity for gas. You thinking it's steam. When you come out of that feeling, I don't know why I feel so tired. I just want to lay down. Might not be steam. Come in your room. I slept way too long, and I woke up and my dreams were so hazy. Everyone knows what their normal sleep patterns are, but they want to make you feel like you're crazy. Everybody in this world know what their sleep is like and when it's been bothered and when it's not right and when you have that surgery sleep that you just sleep still and then you just come to. That's why they used and threatened me with Michael Jackson, because they knew they were putting me to sleep, because he got put to sleep. And your dreams are not really real. They're artificial because they're trying to alter what you dream about. They done turned me into a science project. They don't look at me as a person. They don't look at me as a human being, and they definitely don't look at me as a citizen. So they have turned me into a research project. Let's see if we can make her do this or do that. Well, all along, writing in that notebook is just a game to them. They're doing right today. Today is March the 7th, 2025, and it's 3:39. They're in 2024. Someone is in 2023. Someone is in 2022. Someone is in 2021. And they are remaking every one of those years to fit their own script of my life with every intention on when we get it all made and produced exactly the way we want it, then we'll put her in a wheelchair or we'll be ready to put her in prison. If she don't be quiet, we'll just kill her and then we'll just be done with that whole thing. But the operation is still going. So that meant we're still building it out. And people text and they just overtalk you like what you saying don't even matter, because you don't. So you have your own race and your own culture just talking over you. Oh yeah, I had seen the dude in the such and such car. He hadn't been here in a month. Doesn't matter what you said. Doesn't matter what notebook say he was just here this morning. You're nuts. So What she said matters. Oh wow, everybody in this is so much food in the refrigerator. You take a picture, there's no food in the refrigerator. Doesn't matter what you say, doesn't matter about your picture, we'll erase it. Your picture ain't even your device anyway, so it really don't even matter. So you're just in a situation to be nuts. And if you don't like it, get the fuck out and leave. That's really what we want anyway. We really need you to take more pictures walking in the street, and we will continue to send help through some men, and you will continue to have the option to suck balls to get your way through. But we're not really trying to do anything else. We're not really trying to um, let you get a job or let you do what you want to do or something like that. No, that you can suck balls, you can go be with a couple of women, and you could get look like trash. Whatever looks like that, they are total agreement for. Because nothing that I do today is today. Even going to Strayer University, I bet you any amount of money that's not today. That's not today. That is going to be in 2023, 2022, or as some people did when I was not in Atlanta. That's not going to be today. And these people be sitting there looking and saying, how can you say that it has a date? They don't give a damn about that date. This is an electronic piece of paper. Everything on it can be changed. I see 2025. The computer that they're using to do the homework says 2022. I see 2025. That's 2022. And that's 2023. You're not in 2025. I am, but they're not. So they play time machine games. And then that's why everybody, the lady at Kroger got the little short red afro. Security. The little girl here got the little short red afro. Then they have somebody say it. Cause they say she's under the spell of witchcraft. And that's we're not doing nothing to her. That's the witches that tell lies. So they go and say, um, tell her to cut her hair and make it red. Well, I find it if the witches, I ain't did it. So they say, tell her they ain't just gonna say it. They don't need me to do it. They gonna come and do it. That's how not they don't even believe in their own witchcraft because they say it and then they do it. So they don't even believe in it themselves because if they did, they wouldn't do it. So because they know she's not gonna do it. She's really not under witchcraft. So we're gonna say it in the air and we're gonna have to do it because she ain't gonna do it. So the man said last year around earlier this year, no, it was last year. You need to cut your hair and dye it red. Yeah, right. I don't pay it. I ain't doing nothing they say. Cut your hair and dye red. Not this week. The devil is alive. My mind is conditioned that way. Anything they say, Jim and me, like that lady the other day said, go to the mall. I fought against it very hard. You don't need to go there. You need to go to perimeter if you are, because if they telling you to go there, it's a setup over there. And why do they want you in Morrow, Georgia? And watch when you go over there. What's the set? Just go in there to ask for the makeup and leave. Now let's make your face up. They want to keep you in Morrow. You in Morrow for a reason. You know you in a setup and you know you're in a plot. They're not slick. So, God damn, I'm praying the whole time, Lord, what are these people doing over here in Morrow? And you're the lady. You might be the lady at the thing. She's in all black. You don't know if it's a man or a woman. Lord forgive me. This could be very well a swap. Look at what she got on. She got them boots on that they sold at the Goodwill. That's number one. She's in all black. Number two, they go that big hat. Number three, she could be a man. Number four, she's a little heavy. Number she got a darkened complexion. Six. Come on, start linking. Start linking. Because this is very well. Did she have on glasses? I think she had on glasses. Number seven. So just start building and looking around. Why do they want me here? Where's her phone? Where's her phone? So start building. Cause once you get the shoes and the profile, everything else is going link 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 link. Start with the shoes. Every time I go in somewhere and look at somebody, I look at the shoes. I start with the shoes first. Shoes, hair, clothes, phone. The phone is gonna tell me what year we in. Let me see your phone. What kind of phone you got? iPhone 11, 220, 221. What kind of shoes they got on? Man with Air Max, prostitution. Every time. You see a white man or a black man with, you ain't gonna see no white man too funny in Riverdale. But if you do, they got a real serious position. But they're not gonna be out seen like they don't believe in that. They black do it. So with Air Max walk around, prostitution all day long. Fresh haircut, prostitution, definitely. Drugs and prostitution. You see a girl with the black a lady with the walker. Look at her shoes. If they orthopedic shoes, medical. Look for the medical ride. They're gonna connect because it's a plot, so they have to connect like that. All right, your Uber ride is an Indian. Oh my God, that's where your phone at. All right, what's the link? Look to what's the tag? What he got on? How does his hair look? What does the profile picture say? Look at the tag number. What county is it in? Where it come from? And you link it from there. Everything links like that. That's why it's so fast because it's an operation. So it has to repeat itself. So people are going to say the same thing. Everybody is going to say in unison, she's nuts! On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. She's nuts! Okay, so everybody know to say that. So no matter where you go in the family, no matter who you call, that's what you're going to get. You're not going to get anything. They're not allowed to say nothing no different. You're not going to have anybody in the whole family that's going to give you compliments, that's going to cooking well, that we're proud of you, Crystal, that you're doing. Nobody is going to say that. That cannot be said at this point in the operation. They have to say, you're nuts, you're bipolar, we don't know what's wrong with you, I don't feel safe around you, you're dangerous. Where is your children? You need to focus on something. Get a job. Get off your lazy fat ass and get a job. You have gained so much weight. You weigh a 5X. And they'll say, good job. Yeah. Let's send that $800 over to you, and have no idea that you see this part of the script, but you don't see the part when that white man gonna turn her back around and say, remember when I gave you that $800 for saying that about your sister? You didn't pay taxes on that, did you? Okay, we counted it up. Yeah. See, they don't see the side that's going. That man is like that white man is like a two-edged sword in the Bible. He cut both ways. So, and he ain't got no loyalty. So they thinking that they done got a friend. You'll see it when it come back on you, and he don't take. He takes his time. So he'll come back in 20 years and come back and say, remember when I gave you that $800 for your sister to have that phone for me, and you made that? And they gonna get, and what they don't know is that they're making all real evidence. So he don't need to use no artificial intelligence. So they'll be up there saying, no, Chrissy said they use, no, you can't use that because you came up here and did it for free. You came up here and took the 7 Mountain Dews for free. He need to use no swaps on that. None. So you went in the store, he need to use no swap. You had the real card. He gave you the real one. So you went in there and inserted it. Thought you was hurting me. You weren't hurting me. Because they already know she's traumatized. She's not going to be responsible for what she say. We tell her to shut up every day. And we threaten her every day. And she does not shut up. But when they keep doing this foolishness, so they they, they do the same thing. And they say, we don't use none. So when that girl was in here pouring powder and all that other stuff, or trying to get it, you free. He don't use no artificial intelligence on you. He need to lie on you. They lying on me. They have to tell lies about me, but they don't need to lie on the person that's swapping because you're doing it free. So when they want to put your hands behind that, they got you for free. They hadn't got me yet because they know what they did is wrong. So everywhere you go, you get a threat. And then it makes you conform like slavery. Slaves had the choice. You're going to go out there and clear the hill, or you can die. Talking back is not a question. We will turn your back to the tree and we will eat it until we feel satisfied. And we will drag you, let your family drag you to the hole where you get and let bugs feast on your skin. And ain't no doctor gonna make you better. It is different in 2025. They just using a phone. That's all they're doing. It's just using a phone. It is the same thing. Every time you look at that phone, there's a app about that you look at it and knowing that it's not yours. You can't trust you. Things just keep looking at it. I hate this phone. And they say it's karma. Not karma because what I did in 2004, I already did it. I already said it. So what? I'm not ashamed of it. You had IDs. So what? And they were all women, and were all me, and they weren't real people, and they were made up names because I had a conscience. I didn't want to use nobody's credit, and I already told on myself for that, and they want to hold those IDs over my head and make it look like that's what I'm doing today. No, it's not. No, it's not. They took those some of those same wigs from 2004 and put them in this operation to make it look like you're making false identities and working under them. You're stupid and you're nuts because those IDs were never for employment. They were for you to go rent TVs only, and I sold them, and I didn't even sell them to people in the street. I had people in prestigious positions. So I don't like being set up as some head bimbo. I had class and integrity for that. And God has changed me, and that is not who you see. I don't care what you say. God convicted my heart, and I can't do that anymore. And if you don't like it, so what? So what? You can't make somebody a criminal that don't want to be. The law got those IDs out of that burgundy Suburban in 2004 from the affordable insurance out of the VCR. And the man that I was going with then wasn't informed for the law. I had no nobody I was with but informants. I only had informants since 2004. Everybody in my whole life was informants. I ain't had nobody regular. They sent one scout after the other. They did it on purpose. And they led the way in 2004. And I told them then, I don't, money orders, I don't want to do that. They were trying to make me a big criminal person. And I said, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't mess with the feds. I don't mess with them. So then they came again. You take drugs to take. Okay, and the Lord said, no, you not. And that was the conversation. And they just took bits and pieces of clips and just made them into stuff that is not. God won't let me rent stuff from these places, and it's not mine, and I don't have the intent to pay. God ain't gonna let me do that. And I don't care if they believe me or not. They know it's the truth because I don't even think about it. And rental furniture don't cross my mind. Don't cross my mind. Going with children, having sex with young boys, drugs. None of that crosses my mind. They know it because they clone me. They don't want to tell the truth about that. And they cloned me because they said I was smart. I don't want to do crime. I want to work for the federal government. I want to help black people that are in jail, that are in jail on operations like me. I want to find them, and I want to build a system to look for them, and I want to build a system of promise to help people, and I want to change the phone. I want to change people's lives, and I want to help black people be free. And I especially want to help black men because I was set up as a man. And the reason they set me up as a man was because I called the men faggots that did this to me. So they made me one out of retaliation. And that's where the transgender plot came from and everything. And they actually had people at UPS working as transgender using the bathrooms that I would go in to swap. When I think of how organized this operation is and how high up it is, my faith wavers sometimes because it's high. There's no black people in that room. The conversations that matter about me, there's no black people in that room. They're all white. I want to I want to help people like me that made a complaint and nobody addressed it. I want to work with the federal government to build a plan for people to report abuse because you can't report a federal agent. And I want to change that. I want to be the first one to change that. You can't report them. they're like God. They see everything. They know everything. They know what they're trained to know what you're going to do before you do it. They're trained. So how can you report them? They know where you're going. So they're going to set up before you get there. You call, your calls are routed to them. You you write, they're going to go get it from the mail. You tell your family you think you're calling your family, you're calling an artificial intelligent chat box that's trained with written with a script. You try to go somewhere, where you going? You got to get your addresses and stuff from Google Maps. They're ahead of you because that's what they do to find criminals. But what happens when that training turns to abuse? When you can use that same authority and training and government intel to make someone your own personal slave. And they don't like when I say that because they don't want to believe that they got a person on their board that can do that. But it's true. I'm not making it up. And people are trained. And when you ain't got no money and you got too much mouth, you become a problem. And they expect for you to just take it like everybody else. They done did this thousands of times. It's thousands of people in prison under operations like this. And they expect for you to just take it because somewhere in there they might convince you to believe that you deserve it. Because they will do that. They do it to me all the time. This is karma. They tell me that all the time. We're giving you back karma. That's not the law's job. That's God's job. But when you have somebody that says we're going to make a decision to intentionally inflict emotional distress on an individual by making people live around you and hold devices and tell you to look into the device having every intent on using your face in a malicious way, whether you want to look at it or not, they just aim it at you. Look at this. They just shove it in your face right when the person in their ear has got it right to the payment screen, or right to the ball screen, or right to the message screen, or right to whatever they want you to look at. They just shove that phone in your face. And that is assault. It's a mental injury and it is assault. Because they're doing it knowing that you can't stand it. And when you give the reaction like you retarded, they're going to record it. And the transaction is backdated and the injury is current. So the transaction that you looked at, that's from 2021. But the injury that you got, we need that to make you look retarded. So when you say, oh, move that phone, we need that. Thank you. We needed that. It's not going to be, oh, we don't need to do that no more. They're not going to do that. They're going to say, good, we made her look real crazy. Because that's the intent, because you said something about something that they didn't want to talk about, that they didn't want to hear. So you go through the abuse. When I said, then if I know they have those IDs that I had, I know they do. I know they do. One of the names was Jennifer. then let's just go to jail. They will look crazy for having them, but at that's the law. But see, they don't want to do that because they don't want to say we had those for 21 years. So for 21 years, they made me just mess up my life. For 21 years, they had those photos for 21 years. 21 years of my life. And they just hold on to them until they get ready. That's not fair. That's not constitutional. And God knows I'm telling the truth. Yes, they do. They had them. One of the names was Jennifer. And they used that same wig, and Easter had it first in 2023. In 2023. And they put that same wig over there at the store to make it look like I bought it. And then they backdated it. And they know that's the truth. The wigs that are on sale at the hair store are only the wigs that other people that already wore. The wavy short wig was in California at Goodwill. And he put, I needed a coat, shoes, and I wanted some hair. And so he said, best daddy ever. That's his, when he done did a lot. And then somebody will wear it. And he wore it and put it on Goodwill on a t-shirt that he was the best daddy ever because he can put all of his tricks. He had the luggage that they already traveled with. I needed a suitcase. He tore up mine. He's very good at getting you to do what he can make look like a crime. And Goodwill is a wonderful place in Value Village where he can go live and make you get whatever because he knows you like nice things. So he will go and he set up the Goodwill, the luggage at Goodwill after he bought mine. You have to go by luggage. And I want you to go and go. And I'm gonna have the perfect set that I want you to get, and I'm gonna price it just right. And then I want you to get it because I done already went to Honolulu with this luggage. And you go and get the luggage, and then he had only one pair of shoes that's your size, and then he's gonna get those. She's got my shoes now, and now she's gonna put the wig right in the path where she's gonna go. Somebody's gonna hold it until they see the path that you're going in the store. And when they see the path that you're going in, they're going to go drop it or they're going to lay it down. And then when you see it, you're going to say, ooh, and it's going to be a human hair wig. She's going to love it. Get the wig. Then you're going to come around to the front. And once you get everything that he said in the coat, he gave me a coat. I needed a coat. He gave me a nice Tommy Hilfiger coat. And he put a paper clip on it. And you know what a paper clip means? A paper clip is a message. So it meant that it came from him, and so you could feel good about it to make you feel like he helped, like he was helping. And then when you get all of his stuff and you get near the register, he's going to say, it's going to be a t-shirt right there that he wants you to see. And he's going to say, best daddy ever. And you're going to say, he really likes me. No, he don't. No, he don't. All of those are tricks. All of those are tricks. And even though what you're doing is innocent, it's not. He's gonna say you bought it because a witch told you to get it, and he's gonna come back later and say that. And a witch gonna say in a conversation, you done already bought that stuff. And a witch gonna be on the bus that he gonna have to act like a witch. And she gonna say, you need to go to Goodwill, girl, and get you some shoes and stuff. Fix yourself up a little bit to make it look like you following her directions. No, you're not. you buying stuff, and he's going to limit what you can see so that you're going down his path. And I want to use what he did to help black people. They're limited from what they see, so you keep coming to move your ass in Riverdale because you limited to see other areas because the white people don't want you there. You're limited to see other cities and states or whatever that you are because you under the illusion that Atlanta is free. This is a slave state. So that's why they keep piling up here. Because you keep building the pot. Because y'all, they building more prisons. So yeah, come on here. Because the 1,500 out of 1,800 is going to prison. So yeah, come on here. Because we need to build up the ghettos as we keep putting these people in the ghetto in prison. Come on here. Bring your more kids. That's why they not going to here, and they not moving to New York, and they not moving to Nebraska. No, it's an illusion. Black people keep pumping the music. Yeah, living in the A, living in the A. Yeah, and keep bringing them on. Keep bringing them on. Bring them on in. Because it's an illusion that is freedom, that is power in Atlanta. Where is that? Because can't one black person in no office in Atlanta help me? If you put your hands on it, scandal by 501. I don't care who they are. You can't help me. I don't care who. It could be the mayor. You can't help me. So you ain't got no power. I could go tell the mayor right now, this is what's happening to me, and you know what he gonna do? No answer. Because once they go to put that number in that computer and look and see who assigned to, oh, ain't nothing we can do with that. They already know. So they just close it out and they act dumb. Oh, we don't know. We don't know what's going on. We're going to ignore that. Because it's a code. So it don't matter and they beat. They already know. So when they go and put the message in there, oh, such and such, it is on that or doing that. Ain't nothing you can do with that. And that's how it works. And I'm traumatized enough to tell the truth. It's a certain thing as being so scared that you ain't scared no more. Because you so scared that you ain't scared at all. So you just running with it. Because the person done did this to you. And they feel like once they did it, then like my landlord said, get on out there in the street or go live somewhere else. Where everywhere you go on every property, there is a profile set up with a card. All you're going to do is move along with them. That's all you're going to do. Move along and play with them. And when you move out of this room, they're going to do, they're going to put a man in here. And they're going to decorate the same thing. They're going to go get the same TV. They're going to go get the same Roku camera. They're going to go get everything is going to be right down there at the store. And they're going to go get it and they're going to set it all up. They're going to say, now lay here and open your legs and jack your dick and get a camera and watch nothing but kiddie porn or porn. And then watch this and then get the same thing. And he just going to move in every day that I was here. They're going to go back and let's do July. And then let's do a day in August. And let's do September. And let's get her same clothes and her same this. You don't know what these people doing in that room when they close that door. I'm telling you what they doing. They getting dressed. That's why they all come in here with them big old roller things. That's be artillery. Devices and phones and plugs and wigs and all of that, and they go in that room. That's why they be in there so long. It's abnormal for anybody, a man or a woman, to be young and stay shut up in a room all day. They be shut up in all day because they be working. Put submitting false evidence, playing with their balls, getting dressed, changing the address, changing the Wi-Fi code, changing the network, blending evidence, playing on the TV, sending death threats, getting gas ready, poisoning food, swapping labels. They be busy. They be in full setup. And they come from everywhere. They come from the bank. They come from the law. They come from everywhere. Go in there. It's a room open. It's on Craigslist. Go on in there. She there. And they come in here, set up, and start talking. And planting. And dropping receipts. And buying food. And putting it in the refrigerator. And blending. That's what they are. Professional blenders. And once they play with you so much and feel like you ain't got no recourse, kill yourself. Or we gonna make you crazy. Because we don't like the opposition. But they don't want to look at the hard fact. Because they don't want to have to open the door on that prison system and let out all of those slaves. When it comes back, artificial kick that intelligent report back, you got 900 slaves in Georgia prisons under an operation like that. Do you know what kind of money that is going to be due? So they say, we need to shut that nigger up right now. Instead of saying, what person is on staff doing this? And you know what they're going to say? Probably over 50% of them, because they know the abilities that they have. And you can't take that knowledge back. That's why they don't prosecute on that level. And it's insane because you prosecute a president, but you won't prosecute on a federal level. They don't investigate their own. You hear about sheriffs going to jail, police going to jail. You ain't never in your life, you ain't even going to Google no FBI agent going to jail. What he gonna do? Go in there and pop all the locks? He'll come out the room whenever he get ready. He's intelligent. He can go in there and maneuver his way straight out the door. Get on the right job. Get on the right detail. He's gone. He's too brilliant. So that's why they don't do nothing with him. That's why you don't hear it. They done trained them too much. They got too much intelligence. So that's why you don't hear what they go into court for. They know every law. They don't need an attorney. They are. So if you do something to them or piss them off, what kind of quality of life are you really expecting to have? Because that man is going to go in that computer and shut your life off in 5 minutes. I know how to do it because I know what they did to me. They are trained to look for weakness. Where are you weak? That's where you finna get an army. She's emotional. Good. We know. Play there. Take her family. Take the kids. Block access. That's done. Take the job. No jobs. Good. Surround her with men that have irreparable characters, or at least for the show. That's what it is. So once you live like that and look like that, We just need to constantly create the illusion, and then cause you to be a little, erratic every now and again, emotional. You can make anybody whatever emotion you want at any time. They can take me right now and make me look real bipolar schizophrenic and have Ketchup text and say, in the middle of all of this, when you just finish crying, and they'll have Ketchup text and say, I'm going to give you $1,500 because I want to help you out and I got blessed. And you going to say, really? Thank you. And they're going to record that. She was just crying. And now look at the difference in the emotion. And then they're gonna take that same emotion and drop you all the way back down. And Gwanda gonna text and say, they said that um uh Nico, I don't want to say nothing bad about my church. Let me see what they could use. Um oh, what kind of it's gonna be something bad. And ain't nothing you can do. Then you back crying again, and they will use them three scenes and blend them together and act like you are just bipolar schizophrenic, but really they're controlling the narratives. They're controlling the narratives of your life. So as a slave, the only thing I can do is follow my care plan that God gave me. Right how I feel when I wake up. Why you only get these new symptoms when you wake up? They are never when I'm up during the day like this. It's always you wake up to a surprise, wake up to something new, wake up to your back. One day it's your legs, one day it's your eyes. Why? And then when you go out and see them same federal agents, this what they be doing to let you know that we fucking with you. This what they be doing. They know. So why are you doing the eyeball games if you're not doing nothing to me? And why do my eyelashes have white dust on them? If you're not doing nothing to me, why are you playing games? Because I didn't put down in my notebook, I didn't write that. So when I see you, the man came to Judson and did that to me. Like, you keep talking, you want to see? You want to see? Like, that's their response. You want your legs? You want your arms? Like, they don't care. They say that. And my dreams be fuzzy because of the gas, because of the sedation, because of the TV. If I turn it off, it's no sound. Then all I got is what's in my subconscious. I don't want to dream from that. So I'll turn on gospel. They selective. They decide. She want to hear preaching? Play from 2019. You hear in the middle of the night, Happy New Year! Oh my God. Then somebody else that same day, I have on a Happy New Year t-shirt. And then somebody else will have confetti all in their car when you get in for the lift ride. What you gonna do with that? They done changed the whole day around you, and ain't nothing you could do with that but sit there and look like you retarded in disbelief. And if you don't look like you bothered enough, they don't like that either. Trust me. If you sit there and act like what they doing ain't bothering you, okay, I'll tell you what. You can't win with them. You can't win with them. I'm telling you, you can't. You get up positive every day like I did yesterday. Oh, that nigga think what I'm doing ain't hurting. Okay, I'll tell you what. They play like that. Then when you get a response like this, oh, good, we need all this screen time. Because we we doing something else, so we needed you to be on the screen. You FaceTiming with your young dude from high school, and he's jacking off on the screen while you doing YouTube lives on your little rants. So what you gonna do with that? If you be quiet, they gonna up the ante. She's not affected. She's still being positive. We need her to look this irrational. I made the plan. I said my care plan, what God gave me, reduce the fatty foods, stop eating fried stuff for a minute, reduce it a little bit. He didn't say stop. He said reduce it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Start drinking more water. Even the diet stuff is okay, but start drinking more water. And I don't drink diet stuff because I'm a diabetic. I drink diet stuff because I don't need the sugar that interact with the poisons and the sleep poisons that they be doing. You don't need no sugar with that. Don't need sugar if you getting poisoned. That's a direct energy conflict. So no, more water is good to keep your system flushed. So that's why I limit myself to the sugar. So they look at that. What I said. They had the girl get up yesterday frying chicken. I ain't eating that junk. I ain't finna eat your chicken. They thought, oh, we gonna get her to eat the chicken. I'm not eating that. I put that junk in the trash. Thank you for frying it. I appreciate it, but I'm not eating your chicken. I'm not eating your chicken because you're a witch, and I'm also not eating your chicken because it's a direct order against what God told me to do. And I know when them evil spirits told you to cook it, that you only cooked it because you thought that you was going to make me contrary to the word of God. And the Holy Spirit told me your intent when you did it. So he made me aware to it right then. That's why you pray and call on the name of Jesus. Because Jesus told me when she gave you that chicken, didn't I tell you to cut it down? That spirit is trying to make you in opposition to what I said. And the FBI is recording it. So when you go and eat that chicken, they're going to go back and grab around. Didn't God tell her not to eat fried chicken? To cut it down. What is she doing? Eating fried chicken. Not only are you eating it, they're going to say you fried it. Put that junk in the trash. That sent out a message. I'm not eating the chicken. Put it in the trash. Went to the trash. I wasn't even tempted. Wasn't even tempted. Put it in the trash. Went to the trash. It was sent from it was the intent of the enemy. She ain't got up no other morning cooking nothing. Now why are you cooking that day? To backdate from a prior period. It could have been an event that took place when I wasn't here. So this is not 2025 according to the plot. So was that 2023 that person got up and cooked that chicken and they tell them to cook it in the same pan? We're going to use the receipt. She cooked wings the other night. You cooked wings. Put them in the same pan that China used in 2021 and don't move the skillet. 2023, the same skillet on the stove. China probably got a UPS package. So she comes to the door. Did you see a package? And you know ain't no package come. You are making evidence from a prior period. So they just say stuff. And you be stupid whether you respond or not. Doesn't matter. In the whole equation, the slave doesn't matter. So she said it. Do you see the package? Knowing ain't no package. This is from a year that I wasn't here. So they fried the wings, they said it, and then here you go, follow up. And this is how you fall into plots. And when you fall into them, they say, we did a good job. Well, couldn't we use a system that caused people to fall into resources that would reduce the rate of recidivism? Couldn't we use a system that caused people to fall into resources to help our employment rate? Couldn't we use a system that caused people to fall into stronger moral values and to build a stronger community for tomorrow? When artificial intelligence is right there, what are these people going to do if they're not even free when artificial intelligence takes over? What are they going to do? They're not even free. When slavery was abolished, the resources were not linked. They made them free, but we didn't link the resources. So all you got was freedom, but the white man still owned everything. The law didn't make them cut you no slack. So yeah, you got free, but you didn't get no resources. They just say free, and the bank got to give you $500 each month so you could get you a place to stay. And this is where you can, and you can't be turned down. And they didn't do none of that. So they said I'm free, and the white man said, so what? I still own everything. You ain't getting my land, you ain't getting my money, and you ain't getting my crops. So what in the hell did the black people supposed to do? And they say, well, the black people started later and built it. How much later? You couldn't have started that day. Couldn't have started the next week. You couldn't have started the next month. So what did you have to do? You was free, but you was still abused. And that's when you see them move into, they was cleaning the white people houses. And they was doing this. Because it was still slavery. It just moved a little bit. Now you cleaning for the white person. You was still working for the white man. You wasn't free to ever go by yourself. And say, I'm finna go get my money that the government gave me because I was a slave, and I'm finna go build this. No, they didn't link it like that. They didn't link it like that. They linked it where you free, but you have nothing. And they didn't make the white man give you nothing. So you couldn't go to the bank. You couldn't go to medical. You couldn't go to school. You couldn't go work nowhere. You couldn't have your freedom with your children. You couldn't be free in the penal system. So how in the hell are you free? You weren't free. You was just free to roam. You weren't free because the resources to make you free is linked. They got to be linked. Just like when Christ say, those that whom the Son has set free, come on now, is free indeed. And he linked the resources. You freedom in your health. You free in your mind. You free in your body. You free in your spirit. So when you free, God has linked the resources. But in the natural, he set them free, but he didn't link the resources. He didn't link the resources to put where he said, I'm going to make them have a good life. I'm going to make that bank open that door. That's why I asked that lady on purpose yesterday. So when a bank turns you down, what can you do? Nothing. Glad you said that. No further questions. What can you do? Nothing. So you're saying when you go and you apply for a loan for a house and the bank say no, what can you do? Nothing. Thank you. Thank you. What can you do? Nothing, she said. Nothing, the black lady said. So you're aware that you work for an institution that has done this before, according to her. That when they say no, it's just no. And what you're saying is they don't even have to give you a reason. That's what you're saying. That's what you just said to me. And everybody that followed me heard what you said. And I'd have been under federal operation long enough. I'm going to turn that and win that for me. So what I'm basically telling the feds right now is basically, so what you telling me is the bank can say whatever they want to say. Come on, what the lady said. Quote it back. Georgia is a what? A at will. Come on now, slave state. Georgia is a what? A at will slave state. We do what we want. No further questions, Your Honor. I proved that, laid it out, and had a federal employee at a bank say it. What do they do? Nothing. What can you do? Nothing. What can you say? Nothing, she said. And why? Say it again. Georgia is a what? An at will state. They at will with employees. They at will with freedom. They at will with integrity. They at will with justice. And they at will with resources. No further questions, Your Honor. We demand federal regulation changes in the state of Georgia in the name of Jesus. You got to review it. You got to review it. Mental health is at risk. Finance is at risk. Medical is at risk. Education is at risk. Employment is at risk. You got to review it. It got to be done. Because it's the law. It's the federal law. And what I'm saying is right. And what I did was took the negative in my life and turned it into a positive for all people to win. It's time for black people to win. How can you create these laws that go over what the feds say? If the feds say that it's equality and it's freedom and it's peace and it's enjoyment and it's and you got a right to your farm and your little mule or whatever you else you want to have, who the hell is the Georgia state to come up and say we at will? You are not at will over the United States Constitution. I need a rally. I need to do what God said, and I need a rally downtown in the heart of Atlanta on the podium saying what I'm saying. This is not an at-will state. That at will is giving them at will to do what we want to do. So basically what you saying is you still do what you want to do on your job. You got fired because he said so. They at will. So you're a slave at will of the master because he do whatever he want to do. You don't get a bank account because he at will. You don't get a job because he at will. You didn't get finance because he at will. You didn't get no house because he at will. So basically, what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing is the at will gives them, I ain't got to give you no excuse, which is why you got that real fine gray area in your banking finance. And you go on there and then you apply and you ain't get no account. Like me, I don't owe no bank no money. But you made a complaint against a white person at Fifth Third Bank that is connected, that play golf with all of these other banks and all of these prepaid companies, and you made a complaint on that white man. And where you think you finna get a bank account at? Where? What you could do is carry that card with no name on it. You could do that. But you ain't finna get no bank account. So you, no matter what bank you go, they all connected. It's already in the computer. When you go, don't give her an account. So you can't get no account. You can apply. All you gonna do is just back. backdate the card, already sent out. So everywhere that you go, we already have there, and we don't already issue out, and we just make it look like you're crazy and just applying in different names, and that you really don't know. We're really what we're doing is not giving you an account because we need you to keep holding that card with no name on it, because it's connected to all of the people that we need it connected to, and they're doing that because this is an at will state. And you're telling me that federal evidence will show that what I'm saying is correct, and the FBI ain't rolled up here, and ain't nobody came. No, they want to roll up all right. You keep talking, we gonna roll up with that truck, that ambulance, and the siren. That's the comment. If I was to go out right now after I done said all this, go out if you want to the Walmart, and it's gonna be 50. Walmart is gonna have every handicap accessible grocery cart lined up in the front of Walmart like a fleet, like the motorcade when the president is coming. They're gonna have all of those lined up in the front of Walmart, all fully charged with green lights that say, uh, "Come and live here," or "Come be ready." You ready? That's what they say. All of them with the green tags. And they're gonna line them up everywhere I go. She liable to go and makeup. Put one on that aisle. Put one on the notebook aisle. Put one around the meat section. Put one in over there in the bakery. Put one near the front. Put one near that. They decorate the Walmart. So everywhere you go, and everywhere you go, it's gonna be a scout that's going to be in those things, in those positions, dressed in the same gear. Start with the shoes, working on up. Link the shoes and the hair. Every time it's going to be the shoes and the hair. And them shoes, they're going to be at Goodwill. Goodwill, and some man in there with them Nikes on that I had all the other day came from Goodwill. They'll have a man, a gay man, with them same shoes. He's gonna be in the Walmart in the buggy, in the handicap buggy, with a food stamp card, riding with Uber, or getting on the MARTA handicap van. That's what they're gonna do. That's how they make it. So you have the same shoes, the same style, the same profile, the same thing as everyone else. And they say they didn't do that. Yes, they did. And in the name of Jesus, I command for truth to come forward. In the name of Jesus. I'm not crazy. I'm not retarded. They got upset. They got caught and they got upset. And when they got upset, they retaliated. But we just gonna keep doing it to aggravate. Instead of the feds saying, go get her and either put her in jail or put her um in protective custody. And they don't want me to go to jail because I'm too smart to go to jail. They don't want me in jail right now. They want me to look like I'm retarded and old. That's why they used the gas. That was the whole purpose of it. Over time, you keep gassing somebody's brain, might cause a little memory slippage or something like that. They needed me to look senile. She don't look old and she don't act old. Ain't nobody buying it. So we got to make it believable. Give her a couple of shots. Threaten her up a little bit. Keep her from going out. Put some medical rides around there. Put some wheelchairs up in there. Change the wig. Change the hair. They had to do what they did, knowing all along that it was not true. But what is Georgia? An at-will state. We at will. We at will with the law. We at will with freedom. And we at will with justice. Ain't no way in hell I could be white and sitting here talking like this. This would not happen anywhere in the United States of America. I could not be white sitting here talking about what no police did to me. When that lady had in California, white, that lady Sharon, and began with a K, her last name. That white lady went on TV. They put white people on TV. She went on TV. And he did such and such to me. And I complained. And he was making my life a living hell. And they came right on up and said, yes. And what we have done is we have reprimanded him. He has taken a leave of absence, unpaid leave of absence. We have issued an order, and the order is this for him. And the order said, and to get out of her computer. And they said it just like I said it. Get out of her computer. Because they know that them agents go in there and live. They own this phone right now. I bet you if I call my phone right now, it ain't gonna ring. The people cleared up my whole voicemail the other day. It said the mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages. They went and answered it, Lord, over it. Good night. Cleared them out. Slavery. I said leave them full. Answer them. Answer them. Never seen nothing like it before in my life. And it's really not answering them. That's really the other device. That's how clever this is. So when they call and say the whole trick is to put the other number and on another device using that email to make you use and interact with a number and a device and activity that is contrary to the law to set you up. And it was a brilliant plan. But they got caught and they're not happy about it because I'm a nigger that caught them. They ain't used to no black people being that smart. And that's IT, which is all white. So white people dominated territory. So on this level of IT, that's why when I went in that store, that Chinese man said, yeah, thank you, and I got you. Because he never said it is not possible. And what you saying, when I sat there and told that Chinese man, and they are IT all the way. Them eyes is shut, but they can see that computer. And when I told that man, this computer is hooked. I'm hooked to the SIM, and this hooked to the eSIM, and this on another number in another whole area, and this is how this is happening. This is what's changing notifications, blah blah blah. That man said, "Yeah, I know you know exactly what I'm talking about, and thank you. You the one just made me rich, cause you if you know what's going on with them eyes, I'm right. I'm right. I'm right." That man said, yeah, I know. You know exactly what I'm talking about. He never said, not one time, that's not possible, or I don't know what you're talking about. No, that's what he was supposed to say. He didn't say that. He said, cheap, laugh, caught. And he knew exactly what I was talking about. When I said, this SIM card don't go to this phone. Go look right here. Look right here. Go to settings, and go to system, and go to no, and not on this one. So go about phone right there, and then scroll up, go to device details, and go to eSIM. It says what unknown. It don't know what number using that. It's supposed to use the same number or have nothing in there if it's not used. Then you go to SIM card. It's saying the SIM card, but when your emails and your activity is connected to the SIM card, come on, Jesus. Ooh, you can't tell me that God didn't tell me that. When that's why when you be taking, ooh, yes, yes, God made me smart. The Jesus, help me. Help me, Jesus. I want to go to court. Help me, Jesus. Help me, Lord. That man said, when you these apps, they on the eSIM and all the activity is duplicated. And they go to the sim that I don't have. That's why them tags. Oh, oh. And Walmart, I picked that up too. What if that Walmart operator ID is not even in your state? Cause that's why Walmart keep coming over there. Signing in. Ah! Hallelujah! That man said, every time I go to Walmart, they be coming over there with them cash registers to my, we finna change you out. Ah! They be putting in operator IDs that's in another state. Oh my God, that's so brilliant. I love it. I love it. I laugh. I laugh at them. I laugh. This is hilarious. Because the computer ain't nothing but one big trick. Oh my God. So it ain't set up to know. so, so when you go in Walmart and you say that you wasn't in Florida and that person behind you say, whoop. Ah, woo. That's what they say. They say you wasn't in Florida. No. Yes, you was. Cause the operator ID, the network, the tag, and then I move the police cars out the way. And the phone is in Florida. And the person on that left, way to go, guys. I love it. I love it. They is just lying. They is just lying through their teeth. And they don't even care. ah! 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 Oh, hey, no, you can do it. Slave. And you just be standing there and that lady and Walmart be talking about, we need to change this computer out. I'm going to tell on you. I'm going to tell. Because Walmart look at my videos and I'm going to tell. And they be looking to see, them white people be looking to see what all I'm looking at when I go in that store. You best believe that, child. When I go in Walmart, I'm like Tupac. All eyes on me. The white people be watching me. And that lady say, let me change you, take you out the computer. I'ma tell. I'ma tell. I'ma tell. I'ma tell. They be putting in an operator from a whole different state. Woo! Might be mine. Because I used Because I used to be a cashier at Walmart in 1999. Oh my God, is they using the same cashier ID? Good night. Woo! And you tell me that ain't brilliant. Try, please. I would tell a receipt up. And they know it. Let me look at it. Let me look at where my daddy can link at. And wherever he can link at. I am smart. God made me smart. God made me smart. Oh my God. Wherever he can swap. and that network ID and that operator ID, they gonna match. And that tag outside gonna match. And when you go in there and pay with that card, it's gonna say debit from the primary because it's gonna be a swap. And that's why when you go to slide that card, it's gonna fail all of those levels of authentication. Cause it's gonna go just right through. Cause it's not really, it's swapped. The account go to another card. It is brilliant. And they shopping in a whole nother place. That's why it be on a time delay, a time crunch, and everything else. Everything is carefully blended and orchestrated. And I love it. I love it. I just want them in the name of Jesus, Lord, make them stop gassing me, make them stop threatening to make me handicapped. I will be quiet. I am so happy. I will be quiet. I promise I will be quiet and wait to go to jail. That would be the best day. They say, turn around, put your hands on your back. Yes, we got him. Yes, let's go. Let's go. We better get treats. Yes. Put your hands on your back. I am. Yes, I will. I will. I will totally do it. Yes. You can have notebooks and all. I got you. I got you. Whenever there is a capability of a swap, that's where it's at. That's where it go down. It go down at Walmart, child. It's too many. It's too many open areas for a swap. Well, that's why they keep coming around that same lady, keep holding that register, and I'm gonna tell on you in the name of Jesus, cause I tell, and them white people know if she said it, they doing it, cause she wouldn't know that. The lady keep coming over there when I'm checking out. I need to change this out. I'm gonna tell on you. And she had a Latino cashier. Ah! They keep setting me up as a Latino. I'm gonna tell because I'm gonna tell too because everybody know Latinos don't work at this Walmart in Riverdale. I'm gonna tell on y'all. I'm gonna tell, and the white people know she ain't lying. They white people don't work there, and Latinos don't work there. I'm gonna tell. Ah! I'm gonna tell. I'm gonna tell. So they be coming over there with the holding that cashier to my. Let me swap you out. Ooh, are you changing operators in an operation? Ooh. Yes. Oh, it's my wedding season. I won't be going to Walmart no time soon. You go down there, they're gonna have the whole front gonna be blocked off with wheelchairs. Don't bring your ass. I won't be coming. Don't worry about it. It ain't gonna do funny food at Kroger either. It might be a good time to just don't eat. Because after that, they're gonna go back and run them cameras back. They'd save everything. Everything. And the feds make the best evidence with the best cameras and the best equipment known to man. And when they go down there and review that and look at where does that operator ID go? Let's run that back. Who owned that operator ID? And what state is it from? And what time? Let's get down to the legit stuff it all. Let's do some backhouse investigation real quick. They go back and look at my receipt. See, that's gonna tear up their receipt that they made because I'm putting the emphasis on my receipt. Let's go look at my receipt, where I was, and who was at that, where that person worked. Look at that register ID, where that person work at. See, I'm a Fed. Anywhere that I see a link where it's a swap, that's why the lady keep coming over there. Let me change your ID. Let me change your ID out. I'm gonna tell. Oh, they only do it after I do it. They only do it after I check out. Yes! Yes! Yes, I won! Yes! That white man is so smart! That is brilliant! Only do it after I check out. They couldn't change that computer ID. Oh my God. And you just standing up there because you're a slave. You're an idiot. They don't, you have no freedom. So they just taking advantage and they just They using artificial intelligence and the computer to tear your ass up. They don't need a whoop. That darn phone is. This is the whoop. And that electronic thing. Shut up! Shut up! They using the phone as a whip. Go and just ching ching. All right, you ching ching. All right. You have no idea, and that's why you get the calls from California. Yeah, I love it, and this was brilliant, but it's not gonna work. And so, if we was to go and get our receipt, let's do some investigating here. If we go and get our receipt, let's look at what we got. Now they're going to set you to know what album they carefully arranged it. So if somebody was to say, "How do they know what register you gonna go on?" Shut up. Stop being ignorant. You are dealing with federal people with brilliant minds. They set people up all day. Shut up. You don't know what's going on. You know how to what register the slave is going on because you're going to have an operation about no less, no less 12 people that's going to be in different various positions. They will stage the line. So they will have a lot of people come stand over here. They're going to do like, they know I don't like going to the self checkout because that self checkout, if you put your face right there, that's facing anywhere that Walmart is connected to. And Walmart is like all different places on different networks. So don't stand checkout, and I learned that from the feds. They do not go through self checkout. They go through the regular line, or scouts that are setting you up. Tell them don't go self checkout. Sometimes they will. Majority of times they don't, depending on what payment method they're using. So they go through. They're gonna line up self checkout, and let's say Walmart ain't gonna have but 7 registers open. So if they have 23, 27, and 24, they're gonna have all of them full. And they're gonna put one that they don't want me to go in each aisle because they know I'm gonna look to see who's in the aisle. So she's gonna avoid the motor scooter, the handicap thing. So they're gonna put one right there. She ain't gonna go to that aisle. Put the Mexican on the next aisle, little girl, and the ponytails, and put a bunch of food. She ain't gonna go to that one. All right, now put the black lady, the older lady with the um, um, post office stamps in hand with the little gray hair. Her shoes don't match or whatever. Her shoes in the profile. Go right there and put her one person next to her and put her on aisle 22 because she thinks that 4 is protection. So put her on 22 and don't nobody else there behind her. This way you ain't going to self checkout. You ain't going to the wheelchair. You ain't going to where the Mexicans at, and you ain't going and you to age 21 because that's a young boy. So the only other place you gotta go is the older lady, and you're gonna take a gamble and go right there, and that's where they're gonna be having you set up at, and you're gonna go right 22, and you're gonna go in there and check out, and the lady gonna come right after you check out. As soon as they take the money and that the payment post, the lady gonna say, "Yes, let me change you out. You need to go on break." I think it's wonderful. I think it is. I think they did a fantastic job. I love it, and I think they should do it. So what I'm asking them to do, I will be quiet. After this, I will be quiet. I want to not be gassed. I'm not going to say nothing else. I'm going to be quiet. At this point, there is really nothing else that I say or do because Georgia is an at will state and they're nuts. So I have to just let God be the sovereign hand in my life and I submit myself to Him. Whatever He allow, I submit myself to Him. Because right here, they're caught. Whatever my daddy can swap, They are. And if he can swap with that operator ID, that network, and that tech, that's what they did. That's what he's not going to leave any area unturned. And if that's a swap right there, that's where you swap at. That operator ID. And that needs to be seen on how many times that operator ID is used on the different receipts. Because wait a minute, somebody got fired. Somebody I seen on say somebody got scanned, then was not scanning no items. And they said I worked at Walmart again, and I have not worked there since 1999. That's what they did. That's what they did. You're not scanning items and you're stealing out of Walmart. And I bet you any amount of money these operator IDs go to you, or they go to someone in another state that is being you, or another. Oh, that's why they call me tonight. That's why they call me Patricia Jesus. And Patricia work at Walmart. Oh, they call me Patricia, and Patricia work at Walmart in customer. Oh, good night. It is the. I think this is hilarious that they are getting caught. The key is in the swap because they're going to change that operator ID. The key is in the swap. The key is in the operator ID. I know the account is swapped, and then the uh, it's three things on here that's going to be swapped. The network, the operator ID, the account. You just be holding like you really holding the receipt and you holding the link that's gonna put you in prison. I like it, guys. I think it's funny. I just want to see that there and read off all that false evidence and be with saying it with a serious face. I'm like, how can you say it with a serious face, knowing that you lying? How can you wrestle it yourself? I mean, they got. I think that these agents got to go. Somebody else started drinking more because I seen that. They have to go home and like, what are we gonna do with her? Because she is still talking and she is telling the truth. And somebody is going to open up a lot of investigations. I'm telling you that. They black people. I keep telling them, all y'all that I be seeing, and I'm gonna be quiet about that because that doesn't have to be said. But if y'all think y'all are getting away with this, the white man is not going to go to jail. That's not the way it generally works. They, in general, in character, are going to find someone else to take the fall for them, and that's going to be somebody black. And so they just be being so bold about what they're doing, like it's correct. But this receipt is a swap. Basically, the setup ranges, but it's always, it never cannot go to finance because the finance has to link the devices and the behavior. So the finance is never not going out of style. It's never fading away because it links the medical, with saying that from everything from saying that I had cancer or different diseases, brain issues, or Alzheimer's, or uh, issues with different organs. And my question would be that I think it would cause some concern. How in Sam Peter's nation would the law know unless they were A, taking blood in my sleep, or B, injecting those diseases? So if we were in court, what diseases did they tell you, Miss Ketchup? They said they was gonna give me AIDS. They said they was gonna give me AIDS and say that it came from sleeping with a promiscuous lifestyle. They was raping me when I go to sleep, and because I would be under sedation, and they was using men just like receipt, and don't know that I've already had sex with him, unsensual sex with him, and they would have the man be very nice and seem approachable, and would, even when I didn't have a place to stay, they would uh, have the men, only men, to invite me with a place to stay. And I didn't want to be on the street and it would be cold, and that would be my only option. And they would say, "We won't bother you. You can sleep in the living room or whatever." And when I would sleep away and try to be by myself, when I go to bed, I would get gassed, and they would rape me. And they was doing that, and they said they was going to say that I was a prostitute, and that's how um, that came about. So they said they was going to inject me with AIDS, HIV. They said they were going to give me certain type of cancers. They said they were going to give me diabetes. In the state of California, they were putting insulin in my weed, and that's what me, but they definitely were lacing my weed, and they were gassing me every single day that I didn't have to go to work. And when I got off of work at Amazon at the Sonesta Hotel in room 209, the gas comes from the vent. That's how I know where the gas go, because they thought that the maintenance men came off the elevator and they was moving the the vent. They was going up with the screws, and I went back up to the room or something like that and saw them. They was changing the vent. So the vent in the room is what blows out the gas to make you go to sleep, and they was doing that, and paying me for sex that I didn't consent to in those same linked Cash App accounts that I did not have, that they would later either give me or link to an account that I did have. And that they kept it tight. And so I never have been diagnosed with anything other than sarcoidosis. And that was even a false narrative, because that doctor was later found to be in operation with with the plot. And I reported him back then in 2015 for racism and what he did to me, and the gas. I reported him for that. When I woke up, I was not myself for a couple of days, and or that day, and I reported him. He was very racist, and he was mean, and he was not what he should have been. And he was the one uh, that told me that I needed to be in the hospital, and another doctor came and told me that I didn't. I was free to go home if I needed to. And so they put me on all of that medication, and the nurse later came and told me I didn't need any of that medication. So they were aging me at that time. And they said that they would say that I had sarcoidosis of the brain and all of this other stuff, which is why they took all of my CDs and X-rays, all of the out of the computer at all of the pla- places of care where I went. I went to Bowling Green, Dr. Hansberg, and I had took a disc, and that's in my medical records. The agents erased all images from my chest X-rays, and every time I went in California to San Jose Hospital to get the there's a sign that those siren noises can be to link another area. I learned that voices can be used to link another area. I'm not, but in California, they in California at the San Antonio Hospital, they was taking all of my and every time I would go get chest X-rays, they would take them. Every time they would break. Why put you to sleep? Because they come in my room or I'm at a hotel. You go to sleep because they need to plant evidence. Sometimes people, um, items, imagine that they plan and decorate the environment that is conducive to the lifestyle. So I can only imagine that they maybe plant out men, uh, whatever, maybe boys. Um, I think it's no limit to what they plant. Why do you think they plant evidence? Because I would wake up and find stuff that wasn't there before, like my shoes. They take them out. Why do they do that? I'm imagining because they must think I'm smarter than them or whatever, or think that I plant stuff in my shoes. I don't know what they think that they go. I just know that if they stopped recently, but normally all of my book bags are cut out around the top. They haven't been doing that lately. Normally all of my book bags are cut out. And they haven't did that. I don't want them to start because I don't like for them to tear my stuff up. But they normally do that. And any book bag I've had in the past, I've taken a picture and it's always cut out like something is. I don't really want to mention that because I don't want them to start because I feel like they don't to do that because they see me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they know that I'm not committing the crime that they say that I'm committing, so there's no need to tear up my stuff. But in the past, they take my shoe soles out, they tear up my things, they will do it to my purse, they will do it to whatever they need to do it to take whatever picture or evidence is that they need to make. The law knows that I'm not a criminal in every aspect of the word. They know that what my aspirations are. They know me very well. They know me very, very, very well. I've been a slave for 21 years. Why do you say that you have been a slave for 20? Because they had those IDs that long, and that shows the intent of them putting me back in prison because of how long they held those IDs. I went to jail in 2004 and I got out in 2008, but the operation was already going on. They paper in 2006, but I wasn't. And that's why they made the Social Security card that say 2007. I wasn't out in 2007. I was in prison. And that's why that was the first piece of evidence that I sent to the FBI in 2020. And what was their response? No comment. Why don't you want to comment? I don't want the drama. Why you don't want the drama? You don't you started enough drama, or you don't think you said enough? I just don't want to keep about it because I feel like they know what they said. They know what they did. All of the agents know. It's not a secret. I don't think that they know. I don't think that they care, and I don't think that they want to talk about it. And I think that they just want to go through with it, no matter what I say. The other day when God talked to them, they came and made a contract and said, "Are you gonna stop? I ain't gonna stop. You gonna stop? I ain't gonna stop." They made a commercial. Right after that, they don't care about what God say. They don't care about what my purpose is, and they don't care about me. So, what do you think the solution is? These questions are what inquiring minds want to know. Um, I don't think that moving they moving around. It's not. It doesn't work like that. They want me to move to all places where Ketchup was without him, so they can date the time frames. So if I go to Florida, if I go to Tennessee, then they can redo all of the periods that Ketchup did, and I could become him, and he is out being used to become me. And I don't think they really want to stop the operation. I think their plan is to do what they said, either put me in prison or or find a way to kill me off and lie about it. But I don't think that the state of Georgia wants to uh, not do the operation because that's not their intent. They made it. So they ain't gonna feel bad. They made it. They came up with it. They came up with it. They did it. They caused this. So they're not repentant of their behavior. They don't have remorse. If anything, they're outraged. That said, since I've been talking, I pay attention to the vehicles they done put outside. They know what position I'm in. They know what I can see. They know what I can't see. They're not remorseful. You know the conditioning response is you talk about this and you're going to get gas or you're going to get a shot or you're going to wake up with some type of feeling and they get joy out of that. It's a message that we told you to stop talking. So they don't care about it and they come up with their own logics of why it's still continuing, but there's no reason. There's no undercover op. They tell lies. The point of the matter is, I'm black and I've told a lot, and they are upset about it. And it's a lot of money on the line. If I was to go to court and win under US 1983, misconduct, they have misconduct codes and statutes, but they don't want you to use them. If you use them and say what they really did, then a judge is going to call it frivolous because they don't want to hear it. It's not because they don't believe that it's true. When they see gas as the police at Clayton County, and she's a police, and I said, "Do you know what gas is?" And she said, "Uh huh." And they told her no, and she said, "Uh huh." She was confused because she was getting one thing in her ear and she said her reflex. Yeah, I know what it is. I know you know what it is. So you know that police and people have this ability to inflict distress on a slave. You know that. And they want to act like it's not. What is so bizarre about what I said that cannot be true? Insane. What? That you complained on a man and he retaliated? That's bizarre. That of somebody calling you bipolar, schizophrenic, and bipolar and stupid and a prostitute, that's worthy of all of that. Not to read the complaint and the amount of money. I asked for $53 million. And in California, they told me that ain't enough. So I asked for 136. And they told me that ain't enough. So I said 600. And I said, okay, a billion. And the man said, got it. Because they know what they did and all of the stuff that I didn't know. They told me they done put you in jail already. That's what they told me in California. And when I woke up and wrote it, they said they was dinging then. And they dinged me all over the place. If I don't know what was said, then how do I know that operations had certain numbers? How do I know? They had numbers. They were assigned. So the feds would know who was talking and who was doing what. One was this, two was this, three was this, four was this. Yes, they did. And when they would come across the phone, they would say, blank talking or acting like. And they said, put you in jail already. And I said, when I went to Kaiser Permanente, that's the lady that gave this mysterious shot that I didn't need. And the initials was FW. And I said, well, I don't know why I'm getting the shot. Ain't had no label on it. In the Kaiser Permanente Hospital, it was when I first got to it was January of 2022. And she said, if you ain't feeling like she was sticking me with something I didn't need. And she said exactly this. And God know I'm telling the truth. And I'm going to tell. I'm definitely going to tell. I'm going to tell that. That's worth gas, a shot, and anything else they going to do. I'm going to tell that to the FBI. Because one thing about it, they can threaten to do whatever they're going to do. But I already done told. And I'm going to tell. Because she said, contact the ombudsman's office. I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell. And then she looked at me like I was retarded and said, you know what that is? They be liking what they are doing to you. They be liking how they be wanting to see if you see what we doing to you. Do you really see what we doing to you? Do you see how we messing up your life? Contact the ombudsman's office. Knowing that I wasn't in jail. Knowing that I wasn't in prison. So we'll do what we doing, and she'll still be out, and we gonna be just tearing up your life. And we'll go back and redo all of those dates and all of those times to make you be a profile that you never were. And they said, and that's when they came up with twins. And I really believe that that's why they use Corey. I really do. That they using my son to be me. Yep, that's what they did. And that's why when I got the report back from FedEx, I said, why is it saying Minnesota Bureau of Prisons or Minnesota Bureau? What are these people doing? Why am I in the Bureau? I'm sick of them. I'm a tell. And so I'm gonna tell. I'm gonna tell that. I'm just letting you know, cause my videos don't be seen. Nobody see them but the FBI, and I'm gonna tell that. I'm gonna put that in writing. I'm gonna tell that. I'm gonna tell that. That's worth it. I'm gonna tell that, cause I had knew that. I already knew that. And when I said it in California, they was like, ding, 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 like dinging me. And I was like, why do they keep dinging me about this darn report? Why am I in the bureau? And I said, y'all put me in jail without a court date? And they was like, oh my God, she know. They ain't got no sense. They nuts. And they had that guy get out at Flint River Road with the same hairstyle that I had. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you what hairstyle I had. Just took a picture of it the other day. Oh, I did. I know where it's at. I know. We give you all. Okay, see, I added pictures to this last night, and I don't see them. Oh, they at the bottom. Here it go. They put that same boy with that same hairstyle. I'm a girl right there, and they put a boy over there on Flint River Road last in 2023. They put him over there with that same hairstyle with a young girl with curly hair, light skin that looked like Brandy Reed. Good night, guys. And like I had just got out of federal prison for drugs. Good night. And they doing all of that, gaslighting somebody. That ain't even the word. So the question is next. Hold on, let me get me some yogurt if I ain't poisoned it. Hold on. We give you all. Okay. So let me do this. We give you all. We give you all. Okay, so I'm eating yogurt with blueberries. Lord, thank you for this food. Some people don't have anything to eat. Lord, let it be nutritious for my body in Jesus' name. Anything in it that's not of you, I ask that you purify it for my consumption. Bless it to be nourishing to my body. In Jesus' precious and mighty name we pray. Amen. So, just hypothetically speaking, so you think that I'm cuckoo if I say that they got somebody living around me and I got food in the refrigerator, just being asking a rhetorical question, would you eat it? So they have put me in prison, maybe in Alabama, because they let me file that federal complaint, and Sharon got out of prison. So whatever I say about her, they do it to me. They basically act like I'm recalling events and using other people, but it was really me. So they call me the he when they know that it was them. But they do that because I called the agent a faggot when they first started doing this, and they didn't like that. So they made me one and made me a transgender. And they say, I hire prostitutes to come and have sex with me. And that's why you have these men messaging me from a device that's mine that say, come be with the hotel, come be at the hotel with me, and be having sex, because they're going to say that's you. And they say, they're going to say that's how you got diseases from having sex. And so you see that plot when you just sit back and hear people talk. Because nobody talk without instructions. And while you got to read the script, nobody talk. Nobody. You can't call nobody's phone. You can't just randomly be talking. Got to be under operation. Because during a certain time period, everybody ain't talking. Everybody not in it not knowing what's going on. So you got to control the narrative. Ugh, you got to control the narrative. So you got to talk with what was going on at that time. They got to redo those same events. So and then change it to be what they want. So you'll have somebody saying they don't care what you say. Let's say, um, I might have seen Ketchup, and they'll say, "Oh, I seen you with that little man. He was real short." They describing somebody else that was here at a different time. So it don't matter. Ketchup is just gonna fall into the plot of you having sex with him, but they're gonna turn that to somebody else.
every single time I have sex with him, you having sex with somebody else, and they're just gonna turn it. They're just gonna use the two motions to make it what they want it to be, and that's how they're gonna do it. You don't get that. You're not having sex for enjoyment. No matter if you cut the lights off, cut the TV off, don't matter. They can see anything they want to see. And that's what I tell people. You can't stop these people from turning stuff into whatever. They can take two innocent people and they're trained and brilliant enough to take two birds and turn it into whatever they want to turn it into. Ain't nothing you can do about that. You don't know, might not even know that you're being used in the op. Like you take an innocent person standing at Kroger. She looks good. Okay, we'll use that. Can't stop them. You don't know that they doing it. I know what they doing, cause I know everything that I'm being set up as. I hate being around children. I hate being around. The other day at Clayton County Library, they turned off all the computers where I could go look at the book catalog and only had the catalog open in the children's section. So it looked like you keep going around children. They did it on purpose. And nothing you can do about it. The lady knew when she was saying it, when she was so, and oh, come on, let me help you. I don't need your help. She knew why she was guiding me over there to the children's section. I didn't want to go. They seen that I didn't want to go. I said I didn't want to go. I thought that I didn't want to go. God seen that I didn't want to go. So you go over there, and then conveniently they just have two ugly bad churns standing right there. And then they're sitting there. I don't want to be over here. I don't want to. I don't know whether they be picking these churn up from defects and just plotting them somewhere. I don't know what they be doing, but I just don't like it. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Just just standing there, and ain't nothing you can do. I say the funniest thing, but nothing you can do. So you just sit there and you just see it, and it's unbelievable. They turned off both computers, just both of them conveniently gone bad in the library, and you just happen to be over there in the children's section. It just happened. It works over there, but she didn't use the computer like she did after she did the children's section. She went right over there to her computer after that and looked up the same books on her computer. Why you didn't just do that in the beginning, ma'am? Because they know what they be doing. In 2023, they had that little boy staged over there in the house with nobody over there. Nobody. And I said, I'm going to call the police. And they said, if you do. That's what they told me. They messaged me back real quick. I said, I'm going to call the police on y'all about that boy being left in that room and there with no supervision. Trying to act like that boy mine. And they said, if you do, because that was somebody's child. They was watching him, training him. He was already working. They had him. They was telling him what to do, and they was talking to him through the headset, and they had him just sitting there playing the game all day. And he was acting like my son, and he wasn't mine. And they didn't have. They had somebody every time I got gassed and went to sleep. They had somebody coming to swap around him, and they came and said, "You don't know whose son that is yet. You ain't figured it out." They know what they be doing. They be being funny. Nothing you could do. So I wasn't going anywhere today. I did want to get up and go somewhere, but I went out yesterday, so I got to save some money today. I didn't get hardly no calls today, And I hate that because that usually means I'm traveling. So,
So
I don't know. Oh, there's a call. I said I didn't get a call, and then the law called me. They call all the time, all day long. All of my phone really is just they really should be paying my phone bill because I mean I don't see why I pay the phone bill. And only they talk on it, and they talk all day. I don't know what in the world these people be talking about, but they be on the phone all day long. I be like, what are y'all talking about? Gosh, they be on the phone all day. So I am I have to read my book. I have to drink my water. I have to get my lemon and my vinegar. Calling myself.
716559545 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Whose number that is? Forward it to a whole nother different number. Now my phone will ring.
Cuando irme a Santa María, se debe dejar un mensaje.
They don't care. That's why I ain't getting no calls today. Nothing you can do. Just pray and tell the Lord. So so anyway, it's weird. It's a lot going on, but I haven't wrote my notebook in a minute, so yep, since almost 3 hours. I have to write in my notebook. anyway, let me write a little bit in my notebook. I don't really have nothing else to say. I think I could talk about this all day, and I was only supposed to talk 30 minutes, and I did 3 hours. But it really wasn't 3 hours like ranting, so I had 30 minutes to rant, and I think I ran it for like an hour. Um, so, I think if people were to say, I think that they be telling me all the time to create a podcast. I don't think they would do that, would allow that. Um, they wouldn't allow me to have freedom of speech to talk about this situation because they tell me to shut up all the time. So they definitely wouldn't allow me to have the freedom to talk about this and to say, really what I want to say because they would be forced to act. Like when you hold a certain public opinion and if somebody basically has called you out in a certain regards, you're forced to have some type of action. Um, and so they would people if they saw this they would wonder what is the law's response to her accusations, and then it would be bizarre to to watch them produce all of this evidence to support a defense, but they never talk to me. You know, that would be weird. That wow, that why did they have such a defense and you never talked about it? So that means you knew, and that's the catch-22 that they're in. That even if they were to say she's nuts and this that and the other, and we think whatever about her, it still would just seem odd that you have a defense but you didn't talk to her. If you didn't know, you didn't know. So then we would be like, well, we don't know what's going on. What are y'all talking about? But they have a defense. So if you have a defense, then that meant you knew. And that increases the probability that your defense is out of retaliation. And it is. It's retaliation. So I'm going to be quiet for a minute. We have talked about this for a very, very, very long time, 3 hours. And I want to probably, I'm not going out today. I don't think so. Even though I need something to drink. I don't think I'm going anywhere. But I definitely don't want to go anywhere near Walmart. Nowhere near Walmart. So I might just sit here and look at TV. Oh, I missed my show. Yes, that's what I'm gonna do. Sit here and watch my show. It's overlaid. I look at uh, Toya and Ray Janae, and it be overlaid like I don't know what. It's not even the same show. You could tell when they take over stuff. It just don't be fun. Now it's saying I paid 99 cents for a membership. Let's see, but I don't see no membership. Yeah, it charged me 99 cents. So somebody's subscription is linked to mine, and it charged me 99 cents when it was due, unless it's for all black. Let's see what that's for. So maybe that is for all black because it was on March the 3rd. Okay. Well, maybe it was. If it wasn't, who cares? Everybody's linked to me anyway.